I hope if my mic wasn't muted. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Yes, off. So, it's going to be kind of a quiet stream tonight. Kwai is asleep early because she's got a dentist appointment really early. So, apologies if my volume levels are lower than normal or if the energy is lower than level. After last week's donathon and yesterday's 13-hour stream, your girl is a bit tired, but I didn't want to fully cancel tonight's stream, so we're just sticking with low energy, kind of chill vibes tonight. But that being said, appreciate y'all coming through and hanging out. I figure since Yaz finally got back to me, I'll go ahead and work on the doodle that I owe him. Trying to think about how I want to approach it, just so I can do it justice. But those are the ones from last week, so it'll be something in the ballpark of that. Let me make sure I'm using the right pencil for one. Alright, cool deal. Hope y'all are having a good night. I think I've got everything I need for this. Let me just get these pictures on a different screen so I'm not hiding chat. Matter of fact, while I'm thinking of it, let me find a reference image for the pose I'm going to go with. Welcome in, Trick. How you doing tonight? If I was thinking, I would have had this set up before a stream, but I blame the tiredness. It's my story and I'm sticking to it. How's Wednesday treating y'all?
I have returned.
Oh, I heard a redeem. What was that? Oh, thank you for that, Trajan. We're gonna set up a sound for the dumpster dive. Thinking like something like rattling cans. It sounds like a proper dumpster dive. Oh, okay. Give me a second. I got you. Oh, the music was really fucking loud. That's not helping. But yeah, no. Tonight I'm gonna be a little bit quieter just because Kawhi has already called it a night. She's got to wake up early for a dentist appointment. Didn't miss much though. I was just kind of rambling while I found reference images for the doodle I owe Yazov. How was y'all's Wednesday? I would ask how it's going, but I realize it's pretty much over, if not over, for y'all across the ocean. That's good to hear.
I have returned.
Uh, I will say, like, the ending got me. I got the bad ending first. I realized I have a deep seated distrust for Umbrella. Because, like, in hindsight, logically, I get why the proper ending was the proper ending. But initially, in the moment, I was just like, why the fuck would I trust Oswald Spencer to do anything decent? And spoilers to anybody who wasn't in the stream when it happened, watching Leon get his shit blown smooth off was definitely jarring. Kudos to Capcom for actually throwing us for a loop on that one. I would say the length that I played wore on me more than the actual. Oh, you motherfucker. I missed that entirely. Just like I missed tofu. I'm mad I missed tofu. Yeah, no, I realize that now. Oh yeah, she shamed me as soon as she found out. Though she did admit that she probably would have done the same thing because like Hollow did the same thing when he played through it. But look, I have decades of Umbrella doing fuck shit. How am I supposed to believe that they actually did something good for once? That's all I'm saying. So they mentioned about hope, so I went, well, fuck, that could be. Look, like I said, in hindsight, I completely get it. But in that moment, my bias truly showed. My complete distrust for Umbrella Corporation and all past events. It was hard for me not to, like, just straight up say, nah, fuck that. I don't trust it. Spencer, it's understandable, but if he decided to redeem himself, that's neat. Exactly. I mean, even like old, oh, what the fuck was his name? The dude wearing the mask. The one that Tempest was like wood as soon as she saw him. Is it Victor? The one who started all the shit by kidnapping Grace? I think it was Victor. Yeah, Gideon. If once you type Gideon, yeah, that's exactly who. He made a good point in terms of like that was a big way for Oswald to basically say fuck you to the current like military industrial complex taking place in the Resident Evil universe. Funny how at the beginning of the game you're like Victor could be a tyrant because he's big. Later she learns it's fucking Nemesis. Exactly. I also love how they brought back the tyrant and Mr. X. That was like the game was such a great example of how to properly do nostalgic callbacks. Like even the final facility felt straight like the BOW lab in RE5. Like it's impressive how much nostalgia they dripped into one. See, you're right. I forget RE2 remake just because like I beat it once as Claire, and I've been a little bitch about playing it since because I tried to go back and play through Leon's story on a higher difficulty, and I kept getting absolutely wrecked in the fucking police station. It's funny how RE3 Nemesis, especially in the remake, it's just an angry lobotomized to dude while Gideon became a nemesis and kept being him until yeah. Like I wasn't surprised by the big monster transformation at the end just because it's fucking Resident Evil, but I will say I'm surprised by the fact that they made him a nemesis. Like that was like I was like, "Oh, that's fucking amazing. That's good shit." True. It just goes to show you how much Leon hates Umbrella. Keeping up with shit he hasn't even had to directly deal with. Unless maybe he's faced him in one of the movies, but I haven't watched all the 3D movies, but from the ones that I've seen, he mainly just dealt with tyrants and shit. true. He didn't know shit about him. He was supposed to be dead in RE1. Well, with as much as he's invested protecting Sherry from all their bullshit, it makes sense that he would be a little bit more knowledgeable on Umbrella related bullshit post Raccoon City incident. Yeah, and he seems to have a working relationship with BSAA as a whole. So the third, maybe they know each other. It's like Jill and Claire, or yeah. I might have missed something, but they never confirmed 100% if that was Hunk or not. But everything tells me it was Hunk. Yeah, if they use the same voice actor, they're definitely hinting at it. I'm wondering if they wind up doing DLC like they did for basically every other one in like recent history. If they're gonna do stuff involving like the wolves that were mentioned in like the post credit shit. Motherfucker is just like in game developers' walls, I swear. Yeah, fucker is hiding things. RJ works for Umbrella, confirmed. Shh, don't tell him I know. He wanted to request RJ Wesker alongside a Trey Xenos, not too far off. I love how Zeno is like so eager to test the new shit that dumbass cured himself by accident. So much for your superpowers, bitch. No. Oh yeah, no, I don't doubt it. Like I said, when Vincent, right? When Vincent like supposedly died during the chase, I'm gonna call him Gideon. Gideon just I can remember Gideon better. I knew Gideon wasn't dead. Like, there's no fucking way a Resident Evil villain dies from something like that. I'll say I was actually surprised he lost an arm. When you saw the post-credit hunk team might have found his head. Though Jake would probably lose his shit that there's a clone of his dad. Right. Well, I mean, technically speaking, Wesker himself is like somewhat of a clone. He's like all of the like everybody that like was raised with him to be the Umbrella scientist are effectively like genetically modified super scientists? Question mark. Like, I want to say soldier, but they weren't exactly designed to be soldiers. They were designed to like effectively just be really good at developing shit for Umbrella, from what I remember. And Jake's somebody they need to bring back. I know a lot of people didn't like 6, but I honestly really liked his story. Surprisingly, I know. Weird, but I didn't hate 6. I just felt like it should have been an offshoot game, not a direct numbered entry, and it would have got a lot less flack. I oddly look forward to playing back through 6 when I get there in my weekly Resident Evil streams. But then again, I loved 5, so. Is it confirmed that Xeno was a clone of Wesker? Or was he just like a really try-hard wannabe Wesker? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he's a clone. It'd be par for the course with Resident Evil logic. I mean, Gideon said he's nothing but imitate. True. He definitely had very much Wesker energy, so. Want to be Wesker energy, but Wesker energy nonetheless. But yeah, his looking, the way he moves, exactly. If somehow he's not a clone, he definitely got a hold of like Wesker's blood slash DNA. Also, Wesker isn't a clone. He indeed injected himself with a T virus. Something helped him stay human in the RE1 remake. I'm trying to think. I can't remember if I read it somewhere, or if it was one of the games or something. But I remember there was files on him being part of an Umbrella project pre-Resident Evil 1. Like, him and a bunch of other people that wound up being scientists for Umbrella were in some way, shape, or form, like, artificially cultivated. Like, similar to how Grace was, like, in the orphanage and whatnot. I'll have to look back into it to make sure I'm not talking out of my ass, but I remember there's something weird about. No, I know that wasn't Grace because obviously, fucking Oswald had her as a baby. But I also remember the mentions in one of the files or something about the memory transfers not working right. Got my instant noodles. Nice, Goldie. Welcome in. We're talking Resident Evil after last night's marathon stream. The song already played. What the fuck? Neither is Emily. It's a girl named Chloe. Yeah. Which makes me question, like, what happened with that girl in particular. Because all the ones that were coming back to life during that flashback were like a previous generation of experiments, right? Oh, she is. Okay. Oh, my bad. Didn't mean to skip that, RJ. Welcome in, though. Finally, the guy we needed for the convo, right? RJ is definitely a lot more up to date with Resident Evil happenings. All right, RJ, you might be able to confirm this. Is Wesker a a clone, or is he just like genetically modified? Because I remember somewhere, I can't remember if it was a game, like a document in a game or something, but I remember reading slash hearing whatever that he's like part of like an umbrella program to like basically generate like perfect scientists for their bullshit. Depends on the continuity. Oh, okay, okay. That might have something to do with it then, Drake. Shit feels like Gundam timelines at a point. The Wesker children. Okay, okay, that's what I couldn't remember if that was. That felt like almost too generic of a name. But yes, that I think that's exactly what I'm talking about. What's the deal with that? Are they clones or are they just like orphans that got fucked with by Umbrella? Or are they little baby creations similar to Grace and Emily? So I'm right in that way. Oh yeah, no, 100%. I didn't doubt that trick. And you were 100% right about him doing the whole thing. Orphan Spencer wanted to make it. Okay, okay. So he's not a clone, just genetically modified. There we go. I couldn't remember the specifics of it. I just remember something about it. Ooh, that would be a cool twist. A nice way to tie everything together. Oh, okay. I remember. I knew Emily, but I didn't realize the girl's name was Marie. I only remember Emily because, like, Grace was so attached to her. They did such a good job with that game. I believe Xeno is one of the Wesker clones, considering he's a leader. Yeah, okay. Me and Trake were talking about that. That's what I'm waiting on. I'm hoping they do something with the wolves that were mentioned in that post credit scene. There'll be two. And Jill might come back. Fuck yes. That's literally the character that made me fall in love with the series. King enjoys being an RE Outbreak fan. I need to put more Lord music on this playlist. Yeah, and I mean, honestly, if I just went off my own memory and didn't like watch so much like lore dump videos and shit on it, I'd be even more lost because so much of my knowledge comes from just the PS1 era, which a lot of that's been retconned. That's why I said it reminds me of Gundam, like Gundam Universe timelines, because there's so many different alternate stories and timelines. The canon RE3 ending to me will still be the only one with my boy Barry. Yeah. It makes a bit sense to have redone the series. Oh, yeah. The original lore was a bit wonky. It was definitely like mismashed together just to like legitimize some of like the offshoot entries and shit like that. It got confusing at a point. Horror comedy, what are you talking about? It was a very serious game. There's nothing comedic about it. I would never be traumatized as a child by a comedy. Chris, stop that. Jill sandwich. Exactly. It got confusing when Wesker had a different accent in each entry. Facts. Facts. I know it's dumb, but I will always have a sentimental attachment to director's cut voice acting. I'm not saying it was good, I'm saying I loved it. So like how RE4 remake and Xeno have the same voice, yeah. Bigger? Oh, okay, okay. Just trying not to overdo it. You said 100 pounds, so I was trying to do a realistic 100 pounds. It's a doodle, yes. There's nothing finished about it. Oh, are you sure? I was about to do it. Yeah, no, I'm doing it. If you're gonna hit me with a joke or meme about a weight loss comic, then I definitely have to make it like weight loss. Yazov is on his villain arc. Unless dot dot dot. I know there's a cutscene in the original RE1 where you had Chris and Wesker going, Chris, Wesker, Chris, Wesker. Meaning they want the current Wesker to be a evolved version of classic RE American Wesker. So as long as it takes 7 minutes. God damn it. 6 to 7 minutes, maybe even 6 to 9. The streamer said the numbers. Look, guys, the streamer said the numbers. What do the numbers mean, Mason? Peak shit posting chat. I'm proud of y'all. DC Douglas did Wesker 7 burgers. Tart. I do not know about Fat Wesker. Wait. I'm lost. Y'all will have to get me up to date on this. Seven burgers. 7 burgers is all I have to spare. Sorry, I'm doing a little dumb dance to this song. I like a lot of different genres of music, but like this type of hip hop in particular, like it clicks for me. The rest are mine. Drake is this, dude, no, RJ, no fucking shit. Hold on. I gotta scroll back a bit in chat. That's why I had to scroll back. Like, if y'all are familiar with the anime like joke, RJ was probably sneezing before he came into my stream tonight. You okay, babe? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Dude, that's fucking funny. Considering I am indeed his French counterpart. I think I just cut myself with my fingernail. Cena really is the French. Yeah, he was pretty pretentious, even to be a Wesker wannabe. Yes, that's a shot at French people. I can say it because I'm part French. It's okay. It's a necessary jacket. He's probably really judgy, too. Now somebody just needs to Photoshop Xena with a baguette to complete the look. It feels like he is Wesker cloned with all of his recessive genes. Sure, you're just gonna sit here and take that. We will get solid Wesker eventually. To be fair, it's true. Wesker is more like a guy who's smart Not to fall for rage bait. While Xeno fell for it, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, RJ will suffer by future Satan. So he can say all he wants. I'm not the one dying by it, so. Then eventually in RE10, it'll be revealed another Wesker clone named Solidus is the former president. Okay, Harold Saxon. I made a G today. To the kids. Or he's just Metal Gear with zombies now. There's a reason why both of those franchises click for me. I say as I've never played Metal Gear Solid. Time to change that. Wait until Peace Walker releases in August. No excuses, Drake. You gotta do it now. We're doing the Monster Hunter missions. We didn't even start RE5. We have time. That's the right mentality to have. The beautiful thing about RE5 is it's not a very long game. Like, don't get me wrong, hell of a lot of replay value. You can play it a lot, but like, I don't even want to imagine what like the speed run records are, even without like glitches and exploits. Fine, then save this for the RE marathon I'm doing. It's so funny that that little audio soundbite came from a competitive cup stacking video on YouTube. She might do in July. I will definitely be there for that. Whenever you do it, no pressure on like a timeline. I'm taking the slow and steady approach to all the Resident Evils. All I need is a shit ton of money, right? Kinsey, help me with fitness veggies into my meal plan. Oh, I forgot wristbands. Hold on, let me fix that. Matter of fact, while I doodle, think I'm spelling that right? We'll find out in a second. There we go. Yeah. Make y'all fight for my entertainment. Fun fact, me and my buddy made two Kinseys. This is my Kinsey. His red hair. Oh, red hair. I thought you said rad hair. It is pretty rad hair, I'm not gonna lie. Bare bone is giving me stone. Don't spill it. Carpet, seal it. Came up with a prompt and drew our own interpretation. I love it. I think I was talking about it the other day. But with me being the youngest of four siblings and like being the only 90s baby in the group, I do have a infatuation with like anything 80s themed. Congrats, RJ, on your hard fought victory.
I have returned.
Welcome in, Tempest. I appreciate you swinging through, though. If you're sleepy, don't hesitate to go get some rest. I won by doing nothing. I mean, isn't that like a real battle royale? Just sit in the bushes while everybody else does the hard work, and then get one kill in the final circle. I remember when Ring of Elysium was still a thing, like still kind of trying to compete for the battle royale space. I gave it a try once. I got a win because I literally just camped until the very last, like until the plane picked up at the end, and then I shot the person, like taking the rappel rope up to the helicopter or the plane or what? Helicopter, I think. Yeah, it has to be a helicopter. You can't do a rappel rope to a plane. But yeah, I just killed the last person as they were going up to the plane and got the win. I have a 100% victory percentage. Or eat them out. That's a hell of a strategy. You know what I'm here for. Oh, alright. Here you go, Yazov. I have finished your weight loss doodle. I've been drawing this entire time with the animation timeline open for no reason. What are you doing, boo boo? My neighbors upstairs are being really loud. No, sir. So I have a very anxious dog between my legs. If I'm not mistaken, this wraps up all of the doodles from the Donathon. If I happen to owe anybody a doodle that I'm forgetting about, please reach out to me so I can get that done for y'all. But I'm pretty sure this is it. Yes, this is a very, very broad range of doodles. Alright, time to render. Alright. Where are the references I had for this one? So I'm trying to figure out how to properly shade this one. It's like, in theory, if the light was coming from like the same direction as RJ, that would be it. But it feels like super minimal. Like almost like too little shading. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Yeah, no, I will say it's fucking insane. I feel like we were at like 67 a week ago. No shit. Why did I think you had 200? It's crazy. Whenever I was like super like trying to make streaming happen back in the day, yeah, it's you can't sweat the numbers too much because that's where I went wrong the first time I got into streaming. That's what I was about to say. Like when I was like really like obsessed with trying to get more viewership, more followers, all that dumb shit. Uh, a great example. I used to watch like a lot of Devin Nash and other creators like that, and like at the end of the day, that doesn't really benefit you from a creative perspective. And like you can hit some moderate level of success by chasing trends and all that fun stuff. But at the end of the day, like the most successful people are just unapologetically themselves, and that's why people like them. I don't really want to be known, to be honest. No, that's fair. Like it's funny. I've realized like I'm a lot more knowledgeable on like streaming than I realized, but like I don't apply much of that knowledge now. Now I said now really weird. I don't really apply that because like I have no interest in growing purely for the sake of metrics. Kind of hate metrics. I understand their purpose. I'm not saying they're useless or whatnot, but I've worked too much IT and like call center environments and shit like that, and metrics are the bane of my existence. Like everything being reduced to numbers and ignoring like the human element of shit just makes stuff unenjoyable for me. So like if anybody needs tips on how to grow their brand and their channel and all that shit, I got you. I have a pretty deep well of knowledge in that regard. But I just want to have fun with it. Like if you would have, what did you say? Got distracted by huge bellies. Valid distraction. Uh oh no, I was just saying like I'm kind of like I actually have a lot more insight into how metrics and algorithms work, especially on like YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, all that shit. But like I'm not interested on just purely growing for the sake of numbers sake. I just want to be me, and people who enjoy me and the content I produce are the people that I want around. I want people to see and a few people to like my art. Exactly. I mean, the best example I can give of like somebody who kind of embodies my philosophy, ironically, is Queso. Just because, like, especially like say like pre 2020 streaming, if you would have explained the type of content creator Queso was, nobody would believe that they'd reach that level of success. But bro is just unapologetically himself, is just a complete and total goober in all the best ways, and people love him for it. I hate Furfinity because it's yelling at the fucking void. I mean, that's every platform. Honestly, first era stream, I wanted some people to watch me, and that's it. Current me would stream and don't care, and I do it for the love of the game. And that's the best reason to do it. Blue Sky 1 to 6 people. Blue Sky is Blue Sky's back end is so fucking raw. The only way that you can really see growth on that platform, from what I've gathered, is either having a following from another platform or really playing like the hashtags and shit like that. Just because there's no like it's not that there's no algorithm, but it's not anywhere near as like polished as say like TikTok or Meta or anything like that. And that's kind of a better or worse thing because nowadays all of those platforms are basically pay to win. There was a point where you could get organic growth, but so many of them like push paid promotions that it's ridiculous. They told BS when they said you'd get your stuff recognized. Yeah. Not surprised. Good thing I left the mentality caring about numbers. Yeah, that's honestly, from a mental health perspective, that's the best thing you can do. Ironically, the only reason I post to Blue Sky so much is because it's like the only platform I like don't entirely get like annoyed with. Like, there's a reason I nuked my old Twitter and don't have anything meta related. But like, all I'll say about it is I try to keep my politics off of streaming because people come here for fun. But it is definitely politics related. See, Kawhi and some is like you should open Twitter account and like, yeah, Twitter can help and all. So forgets Twitter exactly. That's why I've said if I cave and ever create another Twitter, I'm 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 glazing and nightshading every piece of art I post. I'm not ignorant to the fact if somebody wanted to, they could steal my shit on Blue Sky. But what I'm saying is, you're gonna have to put in the work to do it on Blue Sky. Twitter does it for you. You mean X? Everything is like, shut your whore mouthy ass off. It's Twitter. I'm coming to print media. I will never recognize that site as fucking X. Don't call me names or else. We need to ban me from my own stream. No. For shame. I need to actually shrink the tablet. I think you mean zitter, pronounced shitter. I might have to steal that, Goldie. Get fatted on. Yeah, no, that's a whole other thing. I see so many artists that create similar art to me that like constantly get banned and deal with other dumb shit. Yeah, I could potentially get more exposure in doing it, but I could also just put a target on my back from motherfuckers who want to hate raid and do weird shit. Well, I mean, if the recent update goes to show anything, so much of it's literal bots that are designed by hateful people just to create fake interactions to piss people off. It's really dumb. My poor dog. He's getting so overwhelmed by whatever the hell is going on upstairs. Oh, it would help if I was drawing on the right layer. At least my fat account is the only good side. I get to see heaven, and I'm all for it. Stop scratching my computer, buddy. It did nothing to you. Look at my dog cutter. He is smart. He knows how to get your attention. He's like, you're not down here babying me, so I'm going to scratch the side of your computer case. Until one art gets to the general audience, looks at the fat chair. Oh god, I missed that one. If he has a what now? Oh god. It broke containment. Chair with fat rolls. I fucking love this community. I'm so annoyed with myself for not, like, just being freaky on main much sooner in my life. Like, don't get me wrong, there's still, like, parts of me that considers, like, doing, like, a save for work account, but at the same time, what the fuck is the point? Because that just creates a scenario of somebody, like, enjoying your stuff and then finding out you have a degenerate side and now they can't associate with you. I'd rather you just not associate with me to begin with. Listen, I won't judge whatever people are doing, but this stuff I'm like, eh. I was 32 before I got a persona. Exactly as. See, I get what you mean, Shrake. But, like, my personal outlook on it all, right? Not saying anybody has to agree with me or see things exactly like I see it. Let me preface by saying that. But I grew up in the 90s and early 2000s where the idea of like the beauty standard that was set for my generation was quite literally referred to as heroin chic. It's like literally anorexia and like eating disorder centric. And like I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like what I'm into is like some shining example of like positivity or anything. But what I'm saying is, as a result of that being the beauty standard, I lived with a lot of self hate and shame and like personal just like issues because what I liked and what I was into was deemed disgusting, quote unquote. So like I it took me a long time to get over that. Is what I'm getting at. Like I've been on the fringe of this community for decades, but I was too much of a pussy to directly engage because I was scared of what it might happen. And in hindsight, I was just overthinking because like it didn't stop me from being put in awkward scenarios in real life. Like I was at a wedding one time, and my stepbrother came in, and him and his fiance had just watched a documentary on like weight gain and feederism, and he started talking about how weird it was and how disgusting. Like people out there really do this shit. I literally just like was like, oh yeah, that's and like nodded my way out of the conversation as I went to the bar and proceeded to get really shit faced that night. I draw safe for work and then just fave and comment not safe for work stuff. So like, y'all shouldn't be surprised. I used to get angry that there weren't any hotties selling me hamburgers and trucks. Yeah, I also had something similar before. Like I said, I'm not saying like people should aspire to share similar views to me or anything of that nature. I'm just telling y'all why I'm the way I am. Give y'all a little insight into the inner workings of my strange brain. All I can say is people draw off that chair, but it's not my thing. Precisely. I can make a paragraph for why. Only a paragraph? Still loud that Crushing Force is breaking slightly into the mainstream fighting game lovers. Dude, that to me will never get old. I fucking love it for Kaze Cat, and I also love it for the fighting game community. Just because, like, the fighting game community gets such a bad rap, and, like, they're embracing, like, one of the most polarizing games in that regard. I don't see it as a polarizing game, personally, but from, like, a general public perspective, I could definitely see it as being polarizing. Because it's a good game, which is hilarious given there's so much fat fetish in that game. No, 100%. My brain can deactivate itself during the writing, so at least half of what I want to say. I feel you on that too, Trig. There's so much. I got crushed when I played it. I want to play. I'm gonna have to stream that game one day. I'm so bad at fighting games though. Honestly, I want to go back to playing fighting games again. Not even to be good, just to be competent. Cause like, I know I'll never be on Lexi's level, but I would still like to take a few games off of her if we ever hypothetically did a first to 100 again. I've fallen asleep while writing, both typing and by hand, and I wrote cohesive words, but in incomprehensible orders. Yeah, I haven't done it while writing, but I have fallen asleep while drawing on more than one occasion. Like, I don't know if any of y'all saw Tay's Monster Hunter World Wild stream the other day, but when I was working on her PNG, I dead ass started falling asleep while drawing it, and then like when I was like sending her the files finished up, I realized in one of the frames she had three fucking arms because I was so out of it. I didn't even realize I never eliminated like the arm on her hip when doing the arm like pulling down her face mask. So no, I definitely understand that. I have to go now. It's 4:38 to add next week. I'm weightless. Yeah, no. Go ahead, get some rest. I appreciate you hanging out. I had to talk about what my psychologist about. Yeah, definitely focus on health. I always appreciate your company. Don't get it twisted, but focus on self and health more than anything. The rest will eventually fall into place. Took me way too long to learn that lesson. Yeah, get some rest. Have a good night. I forgot I had this song on this playlist. I fucking love this song. give me just a second. I'm gonna go refill my drinks real quick. I'll be back momentarily. Alright, apologies for the wait. I have returned. So, what's everybody's opinion of the new Cat Monroe? Now I have to Google something. Damn it, Yazov. I'm with you, Goldie. I gotta Google this. Oh my god, you talking about from fucking Star Fox? I didn't even know that was a character, if I'm being honest. But looking at the picture, if this is the new one, I don't know how I feel with them teeths. Look, my my knowledge of Star Fox characters were the main four and then fucking Crystal for obvious reasons. I don't even remember the main bad guy's name anymore. It's been decades since I played that game. That was actually probably the second game I ever 100%ed. Like, the first one was Pokemon Snap. I used to play a lot of N64 in hindsight. I kept playing my N64 well into the PS2 Xbox generation. Yeah, the big floating forehead dude. I know exactly what he looks like, but the big floating guy. Oh yeah, Wolf. I remember Wolf too. Andros. There we go. Thank you, Azov. Pigma balls. I'm sorry. With you bringing up Star Fox, it just makes me realize my desire to draw Crystal for reasons, obviously. Hoping I can have hangout time and VRC with my friend Vin this Friday. I want VR so fucking bad. But like, I don't just want to like get a quest. I want to get like uh what's the pricier one? I want to say HTC Vive, but I feel like they stopped making those. Like if I'm gonna do VRC, I'm gonna put some money into it. Index, I think that might be it. Played a Jet Set Radio Future World once. That's fucking great. I actually have quite a few friends who like are fairly heavy into VRC. Yeah, I've actually played it in desktop mode a couple of times. Forever ago, when I was pre-transition, I guess is the best way to oversimplify it. Years ago, on one of my birthday streams, my buddy basically gave me a tour of VRC. It was fun as hell. He had me playing like something similar to like an Among Us type game. Wait, this doesn't really show it too well. I'm going to go with darker color on RGA. Still pretty fun on desktop. But once I got my VR set, I couldn't go back. I use a camera to desktop mode so you can wave at people. I didn't even know that was an option. I actually have a webcam, I just never use it. I use it for gig work, yeah, fair. Oops, wrong layer. It's funny, I think I've said it before, but I was listening to the song on repeat when I did the Tila sequence last Thanksgiving. Just funny because it's for like UX work. Sir, your face didn't change when you reviewed our bland, colorless website. I don't know why I really just thought about it. I want to play some Zomboid at some point soon. If I could get enough people who are interested, I would actually run a like Project Zomboid RP server. Hey. I'm down for Project Zomboid. It's one of the few games that I can actually get quiet to sit down and play for some hours. My thing is like I'm always down to like play it and set up a server, but like I'm not super interested in like RP, like say like Grand Theft Auto RP or anything like that. But like two games that I would play RP in is Zomboid and Red Dead Online. I'm just scared to go into Red Dead Online because there's quite a bit of like undesirables in that community as well. Hell, before likes TTRPG, doesn't like RP. What does she mean by this? I didn't say I don't like RP. I said I'm not super interested in RP servers for like a lot of games that are popular for RP. Like I don't think like not even I don't think I know I couldn't do like say like Minecraft because for some reason Minecraft never clicked for me. I know blasphemy in this day and age. I love RPing and TTRPGs. That's actually like one of my favorite parts of tabletop games. Honestly, I can't even say what I didn't like about it. Logically, it's a game that should have worked for me. I love Terraria. I love survival crafting games. I typically prefer 3D games over 2D games. So there's a huge amount of irony in the fact that I played the shit out of Terraria, but could never get into Minecraft. I have been interested in Hytale, but the reason I'm hesitant is specifically because Minecraft just never clicked for me. And I don't have a good reason. Logically speaking, it makes no sense. Like on paper, it would seem like a game I could invest a lot of time. Do not try Hytale yet, then. Okay. Game is good, but there isn't exactly. That's like why I haven't tried jumping on board. Wait, that shadow shouldn't be on that side of the hair. I'm sitting here like whisper singing to the song. sorry. I have an unhealthy relationship with Noah Khan's music. I love it, but I know at times it's not good for me. I will say, ironically, it's helped me process a lot of shit. But, like, with the nature of just all of his music, it's like a weird dichotomy. Like, if you're going through some shit, I would highly recommend it, while at the same time, highly recommend avoiding it. Because depending on where you're at mentally, it could be an amazing help for processing heavy shit, but also, depending on where you're at mentally, it could absolutely destroy you. Great musician. I would love to see them in concert, but maybe this side shouldn't be shaded. Might be the issue. I swear, every time I listen to MF Doom, like I pick up new little tidbits that I missed. Oh shit! Appreciate the raid, Jinx. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope y'all are having a good night. To anybody new here, I am Country Tart. I do variety streams. I do a lot more retro games than anything outside of art. So, yeah, that's pretty much all there is to me. But right now, I'm actually working on a commission for RJ. Uh, but yeah, no. That being said, how was your stream, Jinx? Thanks for stopping by. And obviously, like, I know it's late, so if you gotta run, don't hesitate to raid and run. Take care of yourself. Do what you gotta do. Post stream, all that fun stuff. I do hope you're having a good night, though. 8 hours of Marvel Rivals. Yeah, I would say that is a investment. Let's just say there's a reason I uninstalled that game. Fun game, great game, but I do not have the patience for competitive gaming like that anymore. Props for sustaining that. Officially have 2K of the game on Steam. I believe it. It's a great game. Like, it is a great game, but for one, I feel like that's a game, like, for me personally, I gotta be playing with people to enjoy it. And then, like, also, it's just like, when it's fun, it's a blast. But when you get some questionable lobbies, it can wear on you very quickly. I only play with people. Yeah, no, that's the best way to go about it. Yeah, solo queuing is abysmal, especially in team games like that. Oh damn, I would have postponed that break if I'd have been paying attention. I can never trust Twitch. Valorant was my first hero shooter, so Rivals is tame in comparison. Yeah, no, valid. I have quite a bit of time invested in Valorant. I was one of those unlucky individuals who got stuck in Iron, and for the longest time I thought it was a skill issue. And then when I finally got out of Iron, I realized how much of it was purely just like Smurfs throwing in toxic people who didn't know how to play the game. Because like once I got out of Iron, I shot up to Silver and was like borderline gold. like in no time. But the entire time I was in Iron, it was it was terrible. I still have clips of like people in Iron lobbies who were so bad at throwing, I could still like IGL my team into winning with somebody actively throwing as Phoenix. But now in Rivals in the second highest rank in the game. Yeah, fucking A. It's like in my heart, I would like to think I'm a good team player, but like my competitive gaming history suggests I'm better at solo games. Highest I've ever been ranked in a video game was in what's it called? StarCraft. I realize all my disminute show cold. Yeah, no, valid. It. When I was playing it, I was playing the shit out of it. I loved playing tank in that game. Because honestly, it's one of like, when you have a good team, tanking in that game is one of the best experiences humanly possible. But the issue is, playing with randoms, you're really not getting a great team too often. I don't play competitive shooters. Yeah, that's honestly the best choice for your mental Goldie. A few years back, I tried getting into TF2. Last year, got called two slurs and jeez. Oh, you're a support main. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. You are the glue that holds that community together. I apologize for what you've had to endure over your 2K hours. But yeah, Goldie, that's why I typically just mute chat. Like in most games that I play, I will have all voice chat muted. Because if I'm playing with anybody, I'm playing with them in Discord. So there's no point in subjecting myself into all chat. The best decision I ever made in League of Legends was learning the mute all chat command. I'm a recovering League player. All Riot games have been uninstalled from my system. Oh, I did. I legit only play Rivals and then Genshin. So I either get a gambling addiction or horrible teammates. And the fact that you're a support main in Rivals, you have a far stronger mental than I. I will say that much. Props. I could not. I could never. I've tried learning supports in Rivals. It's like the community deters people from playing that role. Though I did like Invisible Woman. That was the one that I actually could do somewhat decent with, but it's like playing chess and using the whole chessboard and healing and getting kills. See, I agree with you, but that's my issue with playing it. I'm notorious for playing crayon eater roles, as I like to call them. In Soulsborne games, I play strength builds with no other stat. I'm a glass cannon. If I can't kill the boss without dodge rolling, I don't deserve to progress. Back when I played Destiny, I was a Titan main. Obviously in hero shooters I play tank because I'm going to create the space for us to fight The rest is up to the team. It's addicting how much you can do on support and see how far you can push it. Yeah, no. When I have a good support on my team, it is a 100% game changer. It frees up so much for a tank to do because obviously you shouldn't overextend and shit, but you can play a little bit riskier to take those gambles to get your team a bigger lead while still knowing that somebody back there is going to somehow manage to keep you alive even if you make questionable decisions. Also, last year I was playing modded Left 4 Dead live on stream, and halfway through Sugar Mill, for some reason I can't truly figure out, I got a scrolling textbook in the top left of my screen repeatedly saying all F slurs must burn, and a random voice repeatedly and quickly screaming that it's a completely private game with two other people. Dude, what the fuck? No, I'm a bit risky. Not a bit riskier. I'm gonna dive in there with you. We got it. Well, I mean, it's not really overextending if your team is extending with you. So I respect that greatly as a tank man. I didn't play any Source game for 6 months. Yeah, no, that's fucking wild. Dude, somebody was spending too much time to ruin your time that you ruin your game that time. That's fucking weird. When you were like the mods, I don't have an emoji yet. No, I'm right there with you, Jinx. That's fucking wild. Were your mods through like Steam, or were you running more like say like Nexus mod type mods? Because like if they were workshop mods, I mean, there's potential for them to be compromised, but less potential because Steam's kind of restrictive in what they'll let fly in workshop, and then once it's reported, they'll fix it quick. Like I know Zomboid, some like music mods that people put in turned out to have a backdoor, and that got shut down really fast once they found out about it. Steam Workshop? That's fucking nuts. That's fucking horrible. Nuts using the right word. That's. I'm sorry you had to experience that. Fuck. I know it doesn't change anything, but goddamn. I haven't heard this song since MLG days. Yes. I've. This song had so many good, just like random clips to it. Also, some questionable ones, but we don't talk about those. I'm so glad Denzel Curry was able to like take it and run with it. Oh, actually, thank you for that, Goldie. I'm hunched over my tablet, looking like the thinker. Oh. Denzel Curry's actually going to be one of my favorite musicians nowadays. Motherfucker does not care. He is like unapologetically himself. My partner said you're wholesome and good. Thank you. I appreciate that. At this point in my life, I'm just trying to spread positivity and like not add more to the bullshit currently going on in the world. I know this is extremely random, but if you ever want like good business advice, from like building a brand from a creative perspective, unironically, Vince Staples has some of the best outlook on that shit out of any, like, I guess you could say, like, celebrity that I can think of. I was watching one interview where he basically broke down how to remain profitable in a day and age when, like, the music industry is completely shot, while not just, like, compromising and entirely selling out for the sake of making money. Which, don't get me wrong, I'm a lot more understanding of like being involved with brands and shit nowadays. Now that I've been on like the back end, I guess you could say, of like creative endeavors. But like It's also very easy to compromise your morals for the sake of a brand deal. Oops, wrong layer. I saw something moving out of the corner of my eye. It's my cat Dean just like slinking around. I can tell no one watches my brand deal streams. I do 60 minutes to the dot. Have a 20% overlay that says tilted. The stream is sponsored. And that the opinions being given are being used to sell something to you. I respect it. And don't get it twisted. I'm never above people getting their bag. Like no ethical consumption under capitalism and all that stuff, but listen, I'm gonna get the bag, but they can fuck off if they think they can buy me. They're buying time on my program. Exactly. It's funny you said that like right after I started going on that little tangent. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I thought this was an apolitical stream. Are we going to talk about the evils of capitalism now? I was just making a statement. Don't put words in my mouth, Yazov. I totally didn't mention any evils of capitalism. It's a great, unflawed system that allows America to thrive. I'm not gonna lie, like, oh, good, because I'll report you to the chief financial officer. Oh, but I was gonna say it's ironic because I at times in my life I've been tempted to do like a political stream, but like, ugh, I fear the backlash that comes with that type of shit. On Twitch, the CFO of Fat Furs. That's the only CFO I'm concerned with. We all know furries are the rich consumers. We just gotta ignore the countless members of this community who don't qualify as that. Don't you know that chief fat ocelot? Didn't you know all furries are rich and also gay? This is obviously a factual statement. There's no flaw in that logic. I wish. No, ignore the large the demographic of LGBT and house people. I'm getting too close to the sun. I need a flashbang emote specifically for these moments. Oh yeah, speaking of emote, I don't know if any of y'all noticed. In the follower emotes, I now have Tart Ross. I threw together this janky picture for my schedule update today and decided to resize it. Felt fitting for my channel. I need to do a Wheeze emote too. There's a few emotes I need to do. Like oh shit, back in the day, actually I might have it on one of my external drives. Hold on. I'm about to I need to zoom and pick for that. Um I'm about to out my original V2 redesign with this. Hold on. Fuck yes. I love these. All of them. Both of you, not just Goldies. Oh damn, I can't find the One Piece ones I did. Maybe it's in this folder. Nope. Oh, here they are. I found my old emotes from back before transition when I did when I had a gargoyle Sona. I need to do versions of these with my current. We do these with Tart. Yes. You want to see a potential streamer friend? Yes. And then there was also the Pomni inspired one. Hold on. Anyways, enough of those blasts from the past. I really need to redo those. I always appreciate a Jamiroquai reference, though. I remember when I was still using that gargoyle design, my sister in law asked my wife if that was my persona, and I fucking lost it. I didn't realize my gargoyle read as some type of animal. Oops. I do need to become like more efficient at rendering. It's not bad. Like, don't get me wrong, I do like the end products, but I feel like I'm too slow on this process to have like a decent turnaround time. Like, thankfully, everybody that's commissioned me so far doesn't have an issue. Like, everybody says, like, I'm pretty timely with my stuff, but the faster I get through any of my work affords me more time to work on additional projects behind the scenes, I guess is what I'm getting at. And plus, I guess any type of creative process is always dealing with like a desire to be better than you were the day before. This is another musician I wish I could catch a show. Hello, Doji. It's like I keep finding myself trying to put too much detail into this, and like I gotta remind myself it's intentionally simplistic by design to like basically look like one of those little chibi cat girls sipping on a blended beverage of some type. In this case, obviously, mango and peach. Still debating on the background for this one. Sorry. I need to make some new playlists. I keep listening to like the same three, and I feel like the rotations starting to get a little bit stale. Oops. I wasn't even paying attention. Have the noises been working from the point redeems today? I know they were working yesterday. But me and Mix It Up have a very finicky relationship. Ooh, thank you for that. I don't think I've saved this entire time. Holy shit. All of the redeems. I appreciate that, Goldie. Alright. Stretched. Apparently, I have a new eight-legged roommate in my bedroom. Um, free pest control? Question mark. It's funny. I actually recently saw like an expert in spiders. I don't know what the term for that is, but it's like somebody who specializes in spiders and their behaviors and whatnot. And like on one hand, what I learned from that video was reassuring because they were basically critiquing Hollywood's portrayal of spiders. But on the other hand, they're still fucking spiders. They're not something I inherently want to find myself around more than I have to. As long as it stays up in the corner, I'll leave it be. And also, Kwai is extremely arachnophobic, so like, yeah. And not that like I guess I qualify as somewhat arachnophobic, but it's not like I don't have a phobia of it in the same way that I do of say heights. I'm definitely afraid of heights. With that being said, that fucking spider on Resident Evil 9, so unnecessary. Fuck that thing. Almost. I wouldn't say 100% burn the house down, but she's never going to be the one to evict an eight-legged roommate, if you will. See, with me growing up in the cut, I had to deal with like massive spiders, especially because like I hung out in this old tobacco barn a lot. So like I've seen some spiders that are like bigger than a dollar bill. So like the little guys aren't like I'm not exactly thrilled to see them, but I'm not gonna like freak out. But that said, I'm still not going out of my way to hang out with a spider. And in all fairness, I will say the ones in that barn were effectively harmless to humans. They were, I think, wolf spiders. Well, no, wolf spiders are really fucking aggressive. They're not gonna hurt you, in theory, but like, yeah, no, they were fucking massive. They were fucking terrifying. I'll actually say, in hindsight, on that same property where those giant spiders were, we had a lot of crazy ass bugs. Because, like, we also had a cow killer infestation. Which, if you're not familiar with what cow killers are, they're. I think they're technically a type of hornet, but they're like giant red ants. Yeah, apparently it's a wingless wasp. Yep, I'm actually about to get a picture of them. And they're not very small. Like they're not giant, but like they're like the size of like a pretty decent sized hornet. If you're familiar with the YouTube creator Coyote Peterson, he actually got like let himself get stung by one. That's actually how I discovered him. I regret. Yeah, no, that's the random shit I had to deal with growing up. Yeah, exactly. Growing up, I thought they were ants. And of course, we had like yellow jackets and shit like that. Normal bugs, quote unquote. But yeah, we had some pretty crazy insects back there. Because if I'm not mistaken, I don't even think Kawhi knew what those things were until he explained it. I'm getting the hairspray in a lighter. I mean, fun fact: the only thing you can really do about them is the same thing you have to do with yellow jackets, which is like pour gasoline into their hole. You don't want to set it on fire because like you don't want to risk burning roots and stuff like that. That's a whole other nightmare. But like you basically just have to suffocate them out and hope that their nest isn't big enough for them to just migrate to a different place in their nest. There's also a carpenter ants eating away at the barn that we hung out in. We like somewhat knew about them, but one day, me, my brother, and my friend were like trying to put a football, like throw a football through the window of the barn from like a sizable distance away, and my buddy wung the shit out of the ball and it actually hit a piece of wood, and the wood just like fell off the side of the barn. You know, we're just like, wait a second, that's not supposed to happen. We also had field mice and shit out there too. This is a pretty sizable chunk of land. Like it wasn't like massive or anything, but it was like a few acres. Like I think it's more between like 4 and 6 acres if I remember correctly. Big enough that we had to bush hog the field. There's a reason my name's Country Tart. perfect emote for the song. We were listening to this in the car the other day when we went to Popeyes, and like I got quiet, like actually paid attention to the words and like explained to her the song, and she's like, "Wait, so do people make their fursuits out of carpets?" And then I had to explain to her the infamous carpet fursuit. Uh, I don't know the exact origins of it, but I've seen like a lot of people talk about like somebody like made a fursuit entirely out of carpet samples. And needless to say, carpet is not a good material to make a fursuit out of. So, rumor has it, I have no firsthand knowledge of this. This is pure internet speculation. But apparently, it had a rather unpleasant smell. Could be wrong. Could just be people being mean, but I do understand the logic of it. Like there's a reason why fursuit makers use specific materials. Do I want to know? Like I said, it's all speculation, so I could be absolutely wrong. Could have been perfectly fine, but from what I have learned through random internet knowledge being bestowed upon me, no, I think I found it. If it's the right one, it's so much worse. Oh god. So maybe I didn't go deep enough down the rabbit hole. Seeing stories that it wasn't made of but stuffed animals. This dude did stuff. Oh god, yeah, that's so much worse. Oh no, I'm sorry to have cursed you with that knowledge. I was unaware. Oh god, that I guess that explains the rumors of the odor. I need bleach, please. don't know if I need it for my eyes or my brain. You know what? Safe bet is both. No, that's fucking wild. How's it going, Infer? Happy to see you. Hope you're having a decent Wednesday night, early Thursday morning, depending on where you're at in the world. Sorry you popped in during a really weird part of the conversation. I can't really talk about it, but hope you're well. Fair, fair. And I can't complain myself. Trying to remain productive in spite of a little bit of overexertion yesterday, forcing myself to beat Resident Evil Requiem. It's worth it. I don't regret it. But it'll be a while before I do another 13-hour stream, that's for sure. Thought I'd like that design, but not feeling it. Alright, we'll leave the irises alone for now. We'll come back to those with different colors and layers. It's insane to think that this song is like closing in on 20 years old. Ugh. I was trying to think. This came out back when I lived up in Massachusetts. So it's probably like 2011. So it's 15 years old. Ugh. Getting old is weird. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful for the opportunity to have 15. My math was a little bit off with it. Oh, 16. 2010, not 2011. Yeah, my playlists are a little bit all over the place with me being pretty gray in the muzzle, as they say. Uh I have music from all the way back when I was in school to like this year. So it can be a little bit random at times. Pretty sure I've said it before, but I need to do a an animatic with kawaii to this song. Might also be a thing of me not growing up with a lot of songs or things in media. Yeah, fair enough. I will say I got fairly lucky in terms of what I was allowed to do and like grow up with. I don't know if lucky is the word, but that's the word I'll use. Like I was listening to music I definitely should not have been as young as I was. But in turn, I have a very diverse taste if my very sporadic playlist isn't uh, evidence enough. Irony is growing up I could not stand country music. I had a deep seated distaste for it because I always had to hear it with like riding in the car with my mom or older sisters. I'm still very picky with what country music I listen to, but I do enjoy it far more than I did when I was a kid. I don't even know if this is technically country or if this qualifies more as folk, but tomato, tomato. Alright, there's still a few things I need to do as far as rendering this goes. Bear with me just a few moments. I'm going to step away to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Oh, sorry about the delay. I was trying to find a snack while I was away from the desk. Oh. Thank you for that, Yasa. Your work is much appreciated. Actually, now that you mention it, I gotta get better about shoutouts. Forget to shout out RJ when he popped in, too. My mod's put in too much work. The people need to know. Exactly. Also, Trake, the mandatory Trake shoutout. Forced him back into streaming against his will. You shout people out more than I do. Shh. You're gonna get me out of a job. You're right, Infer. There's a bunch of stuff I want to set up and mix it up. I just gotta. I'm finally getting to the point where I'll have time to do it. Donathon had me very preoccupied. Oh, hey, it's my theme song. Yeah, I wound up settling on some jalapeno Snyder's pretzel pieces. Sniddles. Uh, the biggest, the largest. Remix. Oh, but yeah, Infer, if you got the steps, I won't do it right now, obviously, but it's something I do need to set up. I have a general idea, but there's still a lot that I know I can learn. Like, actually, the automated redeem mechanic thing where, like, when you use Fat in the Raccoon and it does it for me automatically, I wouldn't even know how to set up if it wasn't for the Bra guy. The Crazy Bra guy, I think is his official Twitch name. But yeah, Bry walked me through that process. It's like these things aren't spicy, but after you eat a few, they do kind of get a little kick to them. Nothing crazy, but deceptive. Song reminds me of like racing soundtracks from the late '90s and early 2000s. Something you'd hear on like Jet Moto. I actually contemplated streaming that at one point, but then I went back and played it. Dear God, I am bad at that game. Even though I'm bad at it, I do wish they would remake it. I feel like there's an untapped market for like unique racing games. Like fun fact, the comic that I mentioned yesterday during my lore dump, not the Hermit and the Hero, not the D&D one, but the hoverboarding one. I have strongly considered, rather than doing a comic with it, doing like a PS1, PS2 era inspired racing game. And just having like the main story of the racing game being based around what I would have made the comic about. Yuri Racing, no. God damn it, yes, I'll pay attention. Not Expansive Opulence, Lifted. It's like the one that I haven't lore dumped on directly, but I've mentioned briefly when people do the lore dump and I ask which one they want me to talk about. That's actually been the project that I've been working on the longest. It's where the perfectionism issue started. The greatest racing game. Well, don't encourage him, Goldie. God damn it. I'm losing chat. Super Yuri Kart. It's like Mario Kart Double Dash, just with Yuri couples. $1 million idea right there. Alright, Chop Shop, let's get on it. Yaz off here on UI. Exactly. My salad kit comes with a dressing packet that says, and I quote, power dressing. Yes. Yes. Peak advertising right there. Is it protein infused for that extra power? It's gonna be the weirdest, like, recent shift in health and fitness advertising. It's just everything having absurd amounts of protein. I get it from a scientific standpoint. I understand the idea, but doesn't make it any less funny to me. Another one. Thank you for that, Infer. I didn't hear like the stomach gurgling noise that time. Maybe the music was too loud. Oh no, let me check something. guess it is playing. Okay. Sorry to play it twice. I had to go and double check. I guess the music's too loud in my ear, so that's on me. It's like I'm not good at it, but I do have a bit of an obsession with sound design. Like I love seeing how they do Foley work for movies and shit. That's always fun. But yeah, now that I've got that working, I can actually do some sound redeems. Fair warning, like all my sound redeems are gonna be like random clips from old Adult Swim shows and shit like that. Did you get that thing I sent you? I remember when I was younger, I used to like hate when my brother and my best friend like tortured me with Tim and Eric's Awesome Show. But when it's not forced on you unwillingly and you actually have a chance to watch it and enjoy it from an objective standpoint, this shit is actually funny. It's unhinged as hell. It's fucking wild, but it is funny as shit. So the full name in for is Tim and Eric's Awesome Show. Great job. Now, what's funny is the guys behind it have actually gone on to be like super successful as writers in the background of like Hollywood and shit. Sorry, I just got close to mic, so I'm pretty sure it peaked bad. Sorry. But like for instance, if you've kept up at all with the InfoWars debacle with Alex Jones being forced to sell InfoWars after the whole thing with the Sandy Hook incident. The Onion, a satire news network, whatever you want to call them, the Onion bought out InfoWars, and now that they own it, they have Tim Heidecker from Tim and Eric's Awesome Show, Great Job. Basically, like, making fun of Alex Jones. It's fucking wild. And it's insane to know, like, that's reality. If you'd have told me that was going to happen 15, 20 years ago, I would not have believed you in the slightest. I'm trying to think. So, not too long ago, somebody mentioned like shrimp, and like I've forever been programmed by Tim and Eric's Awesome Show to immediately think of their Beaver Boys skit. Starting to feel like there's too many things I don't know about. Look, and for the world is a very big place. I have been on it for 35 years, and I'm constantly learning new shit every day. Don't feel bad. That is just part of life. And honestly, some of the shit that you're quote unquote missing out on, you're better for it. Because Tim and Eric's Awesome Show is straight brain rot. obviously I find it hilarious, but I'm also not gonna pretend like it's not an unhinged fucking abomination. Oh shit! Welcome in, Dory. How was your stream? You're actually popping in right as we're talking about Tim and Eric's awesome show. Great job. So apologies for that. Uh, but yeah, what were you streaming? Thank you for obviously trusting me with your community. Oh, thank you, Azov. I was literally about to type it. But yeah, to the Raiders coming in with Dory. I am Country Tart. I'm a variety streamer. I play a lot of retro games when I'm not doing art. And tonight we're working on a commission for RJ the Lonely VT. He's playing Feline Forensics in the Museum of Mystery. Oh, that actually sounds pretty sick. But yeah, again, thank you for raiding. Thank you for trusting me. Obviously, I know it's late, at least where I'm at. I'm not sure how late it is in your part of the world, but if you got a raid and run, take care of yourself. That whole fun thing. Don't hesitate. Obviously, self care is the most important thing. But yeah, I'll try not to brain rot your community too much. No promises, but I'll do my best. It's a pretty cute game. If you're done like me, it'll take you more than 5 hours. I'm still not done. Oh, okay. So I'm a little bit ahead of you. We're closing on 1 a.m. in my neck of the woods. I'm trying to knock out some of the stuff I owe people from last week's donathon. RJ actually won this in a little commission giveaway. He's going to be using it on his Drink Gamer Girl, what was it, Fat Cat Frap flavor, if I remember correctly. Where's my cameo? I'll get to your cameo when I get to the comic, Yazov. I'm still working on everything else. Nah. No comic, just cameo. Alright, what do you want me to say? We'll record it right now on the spot. We'll do this live. I return. Welcome back, Goldie. With my Taylor Farms power salad. I don't know why, but the way I read that, I just instantly thought of Idiocracy. It's got what plants crave. Brondo, the thirst mutilator. See, Goldie gets it. Or even on my first time watching that around 1920, I never thought it was very funny. Valid. Honestly, I like I said, I have a very questionable sense of humor at times. I'd already met people that were that level of stupid. See, ironically, that's the reason I found it funny. I don't know if that makes it any better, but I also like a lot of Mike Judge's media from back in those days. Like obviously King of the Hill is probably his most popular one, but I loved Office Space. And then also, not many people have seen it, but because I was working factories at the time when it came out, he also made a movie called Extract, and it's like a far too real depiction of working in a factory. Yeah, Office Space is made by the same person who made Idiocracy, surprisingly enough. And then obviously being country, country tart, that whole thing. Uh, King of the Hill was also a very accurate representation of a lot of people I knew. Growing up in the South was strange, especially in the time frame I was growing up. You look at him and tell me there's a God. He made me a man in his own image. Yeah, see, like I said, once I get like sound reward set up, there will be a lot of Adult Swim. I guess you could say shit posting. Aqua Teen Hunger Force will be a big one on there. Probably do some Venture Bros quotes on there too. But I can't talk too long with that because it eventually starts making me gag. No, that's definitely fair. It's a very distinct voice and requires a very specific. What kind of? I don't even know how to explain it, but yeah. I still to this day make random references. Dash, get out your fucking ass. I still randomly quote. I can't remember if it's like Christmas special or the Thanksgiving special, but the one where the robot comes back from the future and he has his laser guided socks. They are laser guided. And the episode just ends with like a massive group of robotic turkeys, I think, pointing laser guided socks at Carl. Oh, dude. I tried so hard to like kale. I can't. It's something with like the texture. I don't know how to explain it other than like it reminds me of like the texture of something like poison ivy or something. Like vegetables shouldn't be hairy. I don't know how else to explain it. Like I even tried doing like the whole like making kale chips by like cooking them in the oven, like slathered in oil. But it's even cooked. I still it's something with like the oddly thick texture of the leaves. No knock on anybody who enjoys it, just not my cup of tea. Think about the texture. I wasn't even thinking about no the bitterness definitely. It's like if it's an ingredient in something, I can manage. But I've made the mistake of trying to eat it by itself too many times. The joy of fad diets. It's like, does this read as like an orange smoothie, or do I need to like add some type of texture in here? The important questions. I'm not gonna lie, I'm over here jamming the fuck out to this song. I feel like this song has already played tonight, which is ridiculous because this is like a fucking 12-hour playlist. Oh, I guess it's only 5. This one's one of the shorter playlists. But still, we've only been going for 4 hours. There we go. Didn't realize I used like an actual straight up white for that watch face. I know this probably looks a little bit weird, but I promise it'll work out. If it doesn't, I can just delete the whole layer. Victory raid. Hey, hey, Bri. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm trying to do some like blending from the shadow to the actual flats. Logically, this should work, but we'll see in a minute. All right. Oh yeah, and I feel you on that, Goldie. if y'all haven't already, should definitely check out Bry. Great streamer. Is a lot more, what's the word? Has more stamina than me. There's a fucking word for that, but my brain's drawing blanks right now. He can do long streams and does them very well. Last night almost killed me, I swear. Oh, I missed it right here. I knew I was missing it somewhere. Also, he bestowed his sage wisdom of how to get the Fatten redeem working properly. So I owe all the thanks in the world. This is another band I'd like to go see live. Their shows look like they'd be fun. I fucking love that emote. Fun fact: if you're not familiar with Good Kid, it's like all of their music, if not most, is based off of various like animes and stuff like that. Like this one's based off of Kiki's Delivery Service. Another one I really like is based off of Full Metal Alchemist. I don't know about their newer music, but at least the album that I've listened to the most of. I'm way too late for their little animation contest they did for it, but I do want to do like the dumb little dance animation that they made, or like that they did a contest for their newer song Cicada. Oh, that's right. That's the fruits in the background. Okay. Now the question is what background I'm doing for this. It's like the deeper into it I go, the less I'm a fan. Ooh, did not mean to do that. Of this orange. But I'm trying to like stick on the peach mango theming. might have to make my own pattern for this one. Matter of fact, that's what we might do. New, no paper. Then we'll go like 1,000 by 1,000 square. Let me find some reference images real quick. This isn't the exact same song, but it's a remix of something I just heard like 20 minutes ago. Ah, yes, pure ADHD fuel. Okay, I think I have an idea for the peach at least. It's like mangoes are so colorful. I forget how like oddly they're shaped if you're just going off like a basic monochrome shape. I know this probably looks weird, but I promise there's a method to my madness. Is this bad apple? If it has a screen, it can bad apple. Actually, that's a bad line. Oh, that's become like the new can it run Doom? If there's any form of display, it can bad apple. Trying to make this look right. Maybe. This is another song I want to do an animatic of Kawaii for. And for those in chat who might not be familiar, Kawaii is my lovely wife who just happens to be asleep right now because, well, it is work night, so she'd normally be asleep anyways, but most nights she's hanging out in chat when she is awake. Does that look like a peach, chat? I feel like it looks like a peach. What you doing with that peach? So, what I'm actually going to do is make a repeating pattern. I'm going to do a peach, a mango, a cat head, and I don't know what else. But once I have them picked out, basically you take the four sections shuffle them around in a specific manner, and then you can turn it into a monochromatic pattern. It's like just a repeating pattern, just like any other materials that you'd use in Clip Studio. I actually have a few patterns that I've made myself. Like, on one of my older TikToks, did a bunch of characters. Actually, I can just show rather than going through that whole process. Hold on 1 second. So it was basically a thing about like characters that are my favorite characters slash characters I identify with. So Aisha Clan from Outlaw Star, Suicide Bob from SLC Punk, Anko from Naruto, Mao Mao from Apothecary Diaries, Gangle from The Amazing Digital Circus, Queena from Final Fantasy IX, Shipwright Tom from One Piece, and then Nanami from JJK. The reason why I'm showing these ones specifically is if you look in the backgrounds, you'll notice there's patterns behind them that are repeating. I made all of those patterns. So that's effectively what I'm doing with this thing. Is I'm going to try and make another repeating pattern. Looking at the screen like the dog giving the side eye. But yeah, I'm going to try and do the patterns like I did in these. I still actually have these patterns saved. I think that's the one behind Suicide Bob. Alright. Oh, I was reading Alright Team. Weird, sorry. Alright Team, it's bread time. Fortune and warmth to y'all. Get some rest, Yazov. I appreciate your hard work. But yeah, you see, it's a infinitely repeating pattern with little gaps that I never fixed. So that's what I'm going for. I'm just going for a monochrome pattern so I can color sample it and I'm not locked into specific colors in case it doesn't work too well with RJ's label over here. I'm gonna have to find the instructions on how to do it again though. It's been a few months since I did that, so I don't remember the steps off the top of my head. Oh shit, thank you for the follow, Brickmaster. I do appreciate it. I always forget the songs on this playlist. Blame Kawaii, she's the one that cursed me with the knowledge of this song existing. gonna have like a cat-shaped head. Why are these? I guess we'll just cheat and do little circles. That seems to be the best outcome compared to the other two attempts. So I need two other little icons I can use for this. Trying to think of what else. I was hearing some weird noises behind me. My dog's in the little kitchen area licking the floor. I worry about him. Hold on. Let's resize these two icons to be closer to like the cat head size. A little too big. I think I got it. Having to resist singing the song because my wife is asleep. This is a totally legally undistinct controller that's definitely not Xbox. Okay. Give me a few seconds while I find this tutorial. Feel like I have it saved on my phone, but we'll see. Huh. I guess I didn't save the tutorial. Hold on. Hopefully it still exists on TikTok, which is where I found it. Haha, it does exist. Sweet. Oh, actually, I can bunch them up and kind of stagger them. They don't have to be so uniform. That works. It's been a while since I did this. Sorry. Okay, so we're gonna save this real quick. We're gonna create a new one, same size. Ooh, I need to do a little cheat right here. We're not going to actually use this, but this is to give me a type of guide. I know this looks weird, but I promise it'll make sense in a moment. Okay, now we can erase that little scribble because we don't need it anymore. What are you two doing back? Oh, they're fighting. Cat fight in the living room. I think we should be able to line this one up, no issue, but we'll see. Peach is the only thing I have left, right? Yeah. Or not peach, mango. Now we draw the frap cup. actually. Okay. I think that's pretty good for the pattern itself. So let's finalize this and make sure it comes out right. How do I save it as a pattern? That's Alright, just gotta find one other thing I can't remember off the top of my head. Oop, sorry about that. Just smacked the hell out of my mic stand. Boom, that's how you make a repeating pattern in Clip Studio. Oh, damn. That's the whole playlist because it's been 5 hours. Guess that makes sense. What color are we gonna go with here? Okay, hold on. Think I got it figured out. Okay, so there's that. Here's this. Drop this in. Clear paint bucket. think we are about ready. That shadow looks weird without the... Oh, one last final detail, and then we are good to go with this, I think. Obviously, RJ will get final approval and all that fun stuff, but as long as I'm not missing anything glaring... Alright, I think we're good to go. Alright, cool deal. Now this is wrapped up, I'll give it over to RJ, figure out if I'm missing anything. But, with that considered, we are closing on almost 6 hours of streaming after I said I wasn't going to be doing long streams, so... Hey, apparently I'm a liar. Anyways. Let me see who is live at the moment, and we will raid out. Again, I appreciate everybody hanging out. Y'all's company is always welcome and very much appreciated. Hope y'all enjoyed. Hope y'all have a great rest of your night, day, whatever time it is where you're at. And other than that, take care of yourselves. Love yourselves. Stay hydrated. All the fun stuff. We are going to find somebody to raid. You know what? Let me make sure they're not raiding out anytime soon. We'll probably raid out to otter pups. Yeah, I think we're good. Good night, Goldie. Thanks again for hanging out.